Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indeed. Whoa. We're not ready. There we are. There we go. Indie Tales, Game Dev, Live Stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I think I've been having a ridiculous week in terms of just workload. I haven't really had a chance to even think about what I'm supposed to be doing before I'm having to do it, so forgive me. But today we will be working on more Insignia dev, I think. I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat. We've got Virtue vs. Vice, Shortwave, Delvis. We've got Robin Rumbershead, Slashed is here, Shortwave, I mentioned. Who else is here? Virtue vs. Vice is here, I mentioned that. Swizz is here, welcome. Anybody who's in chat on YouTube who happens to be lurking, feel free to say hi and welcome. I want to say a big welcome also and thank you to Rolo Ken for the most recent follow and Universal for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much, Universal. Alrighty. So, yeah, I haven't even had a chance to open up the project today, is how busy I am. So we're going to open up Insignia now and get to doing something. We were working on abilities yesterday. So I suppose we'll be working on abilities again today to some extent. And then I also need to mention that I'll be running the stream a little short today. Unfortunately, just got some stuff that I'm going to head out to do a bit later in the afternoon. So we'll get most of the stream through, no problem. But yeah, some of the stream we might have to just cut off, just the last, say, hour or like 45 minutes. What's going on here? I feel like we're not quite as front lit as we usually are. I think that's we just got to cop it. It's all right. One sec, I'm gonna fix this thing. Also, quick costume change. All right. So, let's have a look at what we're doing today. We were working through the list of things that we expect the meteor attack to do yesterday, and I was working on just deving that out. I want to just take a second to appraise something that might be like way unrealistic, which was the gray boxing of abilities. I said 3 abilities would take me 2 weeks or 1 week in an expedited version. I don't know how realistic that is. This ability itself, I mean, if I was doing nothing else, maybe I could have prototyped this whole ability out in like 2 days. I mean, I think it's like possible if I was in like jam mode, but I think with the animations would be tough. I just don't know. Clayface. I'm not really interested in that kind of movie, unfortunately. My wife does. She likes them, but I don't really like horror, particularly body horror. It's just like not my jam at all. Is it DC? Is that what it is? I don't know. I thought, from what I saw, it looked like a horror movie. All right, let's just leave that where it is. So one sec, gotta remove that, don't need that anymore. All right. So we have been mostly prototyping this out already, which means we should be able to that feels pretty good. We're fine. It's fine. I'm sure we would have a thud. Do we have a thud sound? I don't think. I wonder how I can browse Fmod. Maybe I can. I know we've got a thud sound. I just don't know where it is. So, sound effects, combat. That land is okay. That's not really what I want. Object land is not bad. All right, let's try object land. Didn't hear it. Oh, that should be nothing after that frame. Nothing. That's annoying. Oh, there it is. But we didn't hear it. Oh, you. Over here. All right, come on. What do we got? Okay, so that's play a sword combo. Sure. And then nothing. Interesting. Frame changed is the issue. Hey, Saravati, welcome. It's going okay. So frame changed gets applied when? If the current frame is not the same, or we need to also know if we are starting a new animation. Like that. Wow, I just fixed a bug in the game. Sound effects. Cool. Okay, well, now I can play this again. Cool. Now, I don't think that animation, that sound isn't really like enough. That's not quite right. All right, I think I just got to be okay with what it is right now because that's all I've got. It's so quiet. I wonder what that is. Let's just see if we can replicate that. So lift state, interrupted by ledge control, interrupted by ledge control, interrupted by lift state, interrupted by lift state, interrupted by ledge control. So there's a loop between ledge control and lift. I don't know what lift state is. Oh, I see. This is the wind trying to push him up and the game trying to make him snap. Hmm. I see. Yay, fixed. I'd also like to do a little bit of air movement. It's really this line here. It's very minor. What? Oh, geez, this is the wrong. I'm in the wrong thing. Nope. I don't think I did anything wrong here. Why? Oh, whoops. Still doesn't seem to be a thing though. This is that. This is that. Can move. I guess can move needs to be true. I think that's what this is doing. Or is it base.do? Not that. Yep. So it would be if there we go. There we go. So you could still kind of reorient a little bit, but, and then you can cancel if you've landed. A new a new Vampire Survivors roguelike deck builder came out. Are there not like, I don't know, kind of like hundreds of those at this point? Oh, the devs made a new game. Yeah, I didn't play the original. I'm not really, I don't know. It's not something that I am interested in choosing to get interested in, if that makes sense. It's like I could be interested in it, but if I was, I would be disappointed in myself. Not because I'm elitist or anything. I just don't have the time, I guess, to get into a game like that. Yeah, exactly. Whoops. That's better. Hey, Cyborg. Thank you so much. Wow. That's crazy. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The 5-year mark. My gosh. 2 more years to go. Am I right? All right. So, updates. Okay, so sick. That worked really well. That was great. Rude. Cool. Oh. Hey, SJ Pixels. That's a really interesting question. I'll answer it right now. So, an outdoor Metroidvania. I did experience a struggle with the early versions of the map. In fact, the map itself is something that I've always had issues with over time that I've been, I think, just refining. Early versions of the map. I mean, like, e.g. this one, if it's still in the project, were mostly, you know, underground slash, like I'd have like essentially like this. Let me show you what I'm talking about. One sec. Hey, Slashed. Oh, thanks. Okay. So originally, you know, I had the game mocked up as essentially like little thumbnails, right? In a Moleskine diary of just like, there's a scene, there's a scene, there's a scene. And it was just like, here's the town, you know, here's your house, here's like things. And it was very linear, right? And then I think for a very small game, that's okay. There's a game called Nevermore 3 on Newgrounds that I really liked that plays like this. You're just sort of going screen to screen, and it's mostly locked camera, and it's very, yeah, it's a flash game. And I always felt like I would cluster the story sort of scenes in one little bunch and then have like a big open world. And when I first designed that open world, it was all above ground. So it was all like you're going through sort of like the top of a hillside, and the level was massive, but you would just be moving across it like this. And then I was intending to have a dungeon underneath it, right? And then there's like a library here underneath it as well. And I mean, I think it was the challenge was always that you started on the very, very, very left-hand side of the map, and all of the game was in front of you. You know, if I was making a Metroidvania, what you usually do is you put a level here, maybe it's at the top, and then you have like an elevator that goes down to like a center point, and then this is the actual start point of the game. And then you go here, 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 here. And these are all different regions. That's very common. That's how Hollow Knight works. That's how a lot of those games work. This ends up being a big central region. That's Hollow Knight. So this is like the start point. My game does not do that. In fact, it's got like chapters of very horizontal areas. And in that sense, it's not a Metroidvania that way. It also does have a lot of verticality in it. And I do that. Most of what I do to get around that has to do with the fact that the levels are not part of a grid. The levels are not Animal Well style, you know, immediately adjacent blocks, like a lot of Metroidvanias are. So I don't have to think about like how you get from here to here to here to here as such, because I've got more like loose boxes that are drawn with lines together. I can kind of cheat a little bit. I can have this door go all the way to here. And that could be a level here that's like connected to this one here or something like that. So you can do some shortcutting. Also, like, I mean, like just from an environment design perspective, like you can see here, I am doing like inside outside kind of spaces, which has become like this space. You know, it's literally, it's an anthill, right? But it's an anthill that has different backgrounds to kind of frame the action a little bit differently. So the idea of like, you know, up here we're outside and we're above the ground, but like just over here we're now, it feels like we're a bit more inside, you know? Yeah. So I do have like slopes and stuff. I also have like these things like this pulley system that like help you change the plane that you're working on. Because obviously the game design works best in any pixel art game or any game in general that's 2D. The game design works best when you're on a flat surface fighting an enemy in a corridor, right? If you want an enemy to gate the player's progress, the player's trying to go this way, the enemy's standing in the way. That's the easiest thing for a game designer to do when they're doing combat design or level design in a 2D side-scrolling game. It's this scenario. As soon as you start adding slopes and stuff, it gets a bit messy. Like if you are down here now, okay, can my enemy walk up and down this slope? Like, is that going to be a problem? Can the fight happen with the player character standing down here and the enemy up there? Do their hitboxes miss you because they're attacking forwards? There's a lot of awkward stuff like that. So what I end up doing, and I hope that I get away with this, it's kind of just like doing the best that I can. Do I draw on an iPad? No, I don't. I draw on a graphics tablet, which is just like a Wacom. It looks like this. It's crazy how popular iPads have gotten to do that. No, that's parallaxing, SJ. So like what I'll do is I'll have like things like this, little like arena sized kind of like cutouts in the level. You know, sometimes I'll even put like a chest high wall or something just here so that the enemy can't leave that space. That's what you're seeing here, right? It's like a, is it Wacom or Wacom? I mean, it's Japanese, so it's probably like, it's like Wacom if you're Japanese, but I used to say Wacom. I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, so having like this little bit here forces the fight into this space here. And then like these enemies, you know, I've given them like a flat area. So there's a lot of like flat areas where you fight enemies. And all I'm trying to do is mix it up enough so that it doesn't feel just like a, you know, I don't want it to feel like this. Lanes of fights, you know. Like there, you can fight in here, you can fight in here, you can fight in here, and this is just nothing. Like a lot of Mega Man games actually play like this. Mega Man, it's like you'll drop down a thing and then there'll be like a room here, and then a room here, and then a room here. They'll do that all the time. And I think in like a sci-fi game that kind of works. But in a naturalistic kind of like outside environment in a fantasy game, it doesn't really work that well. And what I've noticed is actually in terms of navigating the world, it also is not enjoyable to navigate the world this way, particularly when you're trying to tell story in that world. So I am much more inclined these days to do something like this, where I'll pick out one spot in the game and I'll give that spot, I'll give it like enough of an identity that it feels like a space that someone has lived in, or like a place. And I will build the entire experience of that area around that piece of architecture. Rather than just do a tile set. So an example would be even like this level. It's kind of like there's like a little bit of stuff you can do here. It's like the first enemy in the game. Okay, we can fight him. That's great. And then there's like, if you come at this at the start of the game, I actually quite like this little level bit. So like you could fight this guy fine, and then you can't engage in this fight above this line because there's like a wall here. So like once you exit out here, he can't really get to you up here. Then there's like a cutscene area. There's a chest that you will not be able to reach, which leads up to something for later. So when you come in here, the cutscene starts. Then you get dropped into this area, which is directly below, and all the beams are just like falling on the ground, and it's all just like a bit of a mess. So like ideally we'd have some background design here, a little bit more of something interesting. Quest starts and now like we're in an area that's now changed. So if I go back to the map, like this is the space, and we can go back, right? We can go back to where we came from, up this pulley. I don't have a sword, but if I did, I'd be able to do this. All right, so we can come back and exit the way we were, but it's like the whole level's built around this central area. Like this area sort of is like the level where the cutscene is. The talk sprite looks way different to the overworld one. I don't know what talk sprite means. So there's that. And everything else is kind of just like an addition to this. Like the cutscene is the level. And there happens to be just like a little bit more here and there. Do you mean like this guy? This looks different to this? How? They have all the same features. What do you mean proportionately? They have the same proportions too. Anyway. So, yeah, that's kind of how that works. I'm sort of designing a level around the sort of like this central cutscene area, and the rest of it is kind of just like dressing. This is like one of the most invisible keys to good game design in a game like this that I'm still trying to figure out. Which is like, where do you partition the levels? In Animal Well, every level is a screen and that's it, right? You sort of, there's no like long scrolling hallways. You sort of just are in a bunch of, 320 by 180 spaces. Whereas in Insignia, because there is a scrolling camera, I can do whatever I want with these levels. I can make a big level with multiple levels, like multiple stories. I can make one level with one cutscene space in it on two stories. How many like vertically stacked layers of gameplay are there? Or how long is the corridor? Like I have corridors, like this one here is essentially a corridor. I think a lot of it has to do with pacing, and a lot of it has to do with signposting. Like I think for a game, especially for a game that's not level based, like there's no like level 1 of Insignia. There's just like the first chapter and all of the rooms that are in it. So being able to look at the world map and say, okay, where did I start? Where am I headed? It's much more, it rewards a bit more exploration. You can check here and say, oh, okay, I've got 4 places to go now. And you're not ever feeling like there's an emotional like tension of what do I do next? That's the biggest problem in any kind of Metroidvania style platformer where there's lots of places to go, is the idea of like, I can't like sign off on where I am or what I've done because I don't know what else there is. I don't know if I'm supposed to keep going forward. I don't know how long I'm supposed to keep going forward for. That feels really, really crappy. As soon as you add a map, now you can kind of figure it out, right? Now you can be like, oh, okay, like I can go in that door, I can go in this door. Now that I've been here, like I know this is a dead end. I can feel comfortable with the fact that I can leave this room now because I've been here and there's no extra rooms attached to it. So pacing is all about information that you give the player and information you withhold from the player. And good pacing allows the player to start to plan out their time and to anticipate what's coming up next without knowing everything. So before I had the map, it was like the size of each level was much more anxiety inducing. It was way, way harder to like design a good level before there was a map because player attention span was much shorter. It was just harder to feel comfortable about where you're going. Also, like little things like this is a big deal. So let me show you something. If you have a good cutscene system, a cutscene like this does a lot for level design. So the scene fades in. This would be like as soon as we walk in. We don't actually have to walk left to get this cutscene. It's just like we leave the previous scene, this cutscene starts. We see the watchtower. Camera pans all the way down through the level and shows us where we are. Now we have an objective immediately. So I'm no longer thinking like, oh, where do I go? I know where to go because the game already told me. Right, I'm trying to go up. So, yeah, it's a lot. It's all about pacing. It's really difficult because you start to realize that at a certain point, all of these things I'm describing, the map, the level design, the slopes, how the enemies need to be placed, the cutscene system, the camera system, all of those things are equal parts in the player experience. The player doesn't make a distinction between those things. The player just knows I'm playing the game and I'm having fun or I'm not having fun. So the more tools you have, the more responsibility you have to use the tools effectively. And good game design is about communicating effectively, confidently with the tools that you have to just make an experience that feels good. I don't know if I've solved it yet. Like, I think there's still a lot here that's tough that I think is going to struggle pacing wise, but it's also hard to really know if something's going to work until you're playing a prototype version of it that is holistic, that uses all the tools. Like this level here, when I first put it together, I had like another enemy right here. And I don't know if I need that enemy to be there. Like maybe it's enough to have just this guy here. It's the first time you're seeing that enemy, so like maybe it's fine. You know, as the game designer, I've played that enemy 100 times, so I feel like this anxiety to like add more stuff in because I think players are going to get bored, but that's not even really how any of this stuff works. You know, player expectations and how they feel, you have to think about it in a playthrough perspective, not just isolated. So again, really, really difficult. That's why it takes me like years to do this stuff. Anyway, so let's keep going. Loosen an object clinging to the ceiling below us. Exactly, Cyber. What was I doing before any of this? Before I was making Insignia, I was a user experience designer, which means I designed apps and websites, and I would do that design process. Started with, you know, we worked in an agency, so there was clients who we would, you know, win jobs for, and we would do like customer research. We'd look at like what their clients, you know, what their user base needed and whether or not those needs were being met. We do interviews, we would do, we would build reports, and then we would do concepts and prototypes on new features or new systems altogether. And then we would user test those prototypes, and then we would create documentation for the developers, and then they would go build it. So this is a lot more fun, but actually they're very, very, very similar skill sets. They're so similar to the same job. The only difference is this is games and that's apps. But from a design perspective, it's the same thing. it's just really hard to appreciate that in games. You know what the big difference is? In a video game, you don't owe the player anything, and the player doesn't owe you anything. Like when someone downloads a game, they don't have any idea what to expect other than what the marketing material has prepared them for. But like how long a level should be is like, who the hell knows? Whereas if you're making a game, if you're making an app, and the app is it's an app for watching video on demand services, like video from TV channels on demand. That's really straightforward because the person using the app has a preconception about what it is they want. They want specific content. They want to be able to search for the content, browse for the content. They want to be able to watch stuff that was on recently. They want to be able to save stuff to watch later. There's like very specific use cases that define what the service needs to be. The service needs to give them access to blah, blah, blah. So we have this concept of user needs in UX design. In game design, there's no such thing as a user need. What does the user need? What does the player need? Do they need an inventory? Does there need to be a dialogue system? Do there need to be quests? Hey, Ryan Berry. We're working on more enemy and combat encounters today. Like, there are fun games across the spectrum of side-scrolling action-adventure games. There are fun games that have no dialogue. There are fun games that have no combat. There are fun games that have no maps, and there are fun games that have no open-world exploration or no inventories. But they're fun because of what they have in them. But there's no one thing that makes a game fun. So you don't have, unless you just follow somebody else's recipe, there's no like obvious set of things you need to build to make your game fun. Yeah. So I think the idea of like engineering, I think a lot of game devs start game development as software engineers because it's kind of like a gatekeepy thing. Like you can't make a game unless you can code it. So you have to know how to build stuff before you can build a game. And they come from either university or research or industry. And in all of those spaces, you kind of have there is always an expectation of what you think you're trying to build. Like if you're in research, it's like, or academia, you know, it's, I want to build something that solves this problem, or I want to build something to prove that I know how to understand this thing, or you're trying to like go in a specific direction. If you're a student, you're literally just following things that other people have built so that you can learn. And if you're in industry, you get briefs about what you should be building. When you come to games, suddenly there's like no brief, and a lot of developers will build stuff very productively, but there's absolutely no guarantee that any of that stuff is going to be fun when put together, or even interesting to players at all. So learning to make a game, to like design a game like this, I think you have to be doing this to do it, to learn it. There are other kinds of games where you don't. Like, I think you can come from, say, tabletop and card games and design something like Slay the Spire. Like, I think if you've been a DM before in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, there are aspects of, say, storytelling, or even some of this. Like, if I had ever DM'd a D&D campaign, maybe some of this would be a bit more natural for me. Pacing and scene changes and stuff like that. Like, there is some overlap there. But there are enough differences that it's hard to say. You know, D&D campaigns can play really fast and loose with location. And I do too. But I learned to do that over time. Like, there's a cutscene. Pardon me. There's a sequence in this game at the end of the first day where you go from here to here to here to here to here. That's a long way. Then it takes about 30 seconds to get back, because after you leave here, you go straight to here, a little cutscene plays, and then you go straight all the way over to here. It teleports you. Why is it okay to do that? Well, it's okay to do it because the story has nothing more for you. So why make you run back? If I know where the next part of the story is and there's nothing for you to do, I can just send you over here, and it feels fine because in the flow of the context of the story, that's kind of like what's appropriate. So again, another thing that you just like, if you don't build that system or that feature, how do you know you need it? Or until you're looking at it, until you're playing the game and you go, oh, this takes a really long time to walk back now. You don't know that you need to teleport. And even the phrase need there is not really, it's not about needing to teleport. It's just like, is this a good design choice? Is this a valid design choice that makes the game a little bit more like the way that you wanted it to be? It's kind of more like that. Does this push the experience in a little bit more of the direction that you were hoping for? It's really like, I was saying this the other day to somebody at this games festival that I was at. Sometimes I feel like I've learned so much about what I'm making and game design in general. I've learned like an incredible amount. I feel so much more comfortable and so much less imposter syndrome. At the same time, because the game is still in development, it's hard for me to feel comfortable advocating for how I do things or sharing it or to have people even recognize it. Unless you guys watch the stream. Like you see it, but random people like in my local scene, I don't know if they really see this. Just like I see my scene, like the local scene that I make games within, where I live, um, Sydney. I see a lot of people who are making very a very specific subset of game experiences. You know, they're either making like very sort of like puzzly Metroid Brainia style games, or they're making sandbox style games, or they're making like very small kind of like jam style games that can't really go much further than that, or sort of like multiplayer, you know, local combat sort of experiences that have that can be put together out of very small pieces, lots of very small pieces, or one idea that's expanded out into lots of space, and not very many people at all doing this kind of game design. And it's almost like there, to me, it's like there's this incredible like dissonance between, like, to me, like what a game is and what games are today. Like pre-indie games, let's say 2010, before 2010 on console, and I would say up until the end of the 3DS era, what a game was and like how it worked and what its features were was very much built around the idea of, I guess it's kind of like if you look at, say, The Last of Us, or like any like big open world 3D game today, those like Naughty Dog and Insomniac and like the Spider-Man game, like all of those games that are like films, if you rewind it like 15 years back, the games that they were making were sort of like much more limited third-person action adventure games. And before that, they were making platformers, 3D platformers. So Crash Bandicoot, Jak and Daxter, Spyro the Dragon. So there was like that kind of game, action adventure platformer, that went into open world and then became basically movies that you play. And then there was like JRPGs. Like RPGs was like another massive genre. And both of these were trying to do these like book equivalent experiences, or like, it's like a movie. It is kind of like a movie that you play, but not in the terms of being like cinematic or photorealistic, more just like a storybook that's interactive, either through action or through, you know, turn-based combat or whatever. And the idea that anyone today is making like a 20-hour storybook, like in Sydney at least, it's just not like, I think I might be the only person doing it. Maybe even in like I don't know, outside of like Team Cherry, like who made Hollow Knight, but even that's not like really, I mean, it is sort of a storybook, but yeah, just this idea that like you get introduced to a world and there are characters and you're expected to sort of build an emotional connection to those characters and explore the world and, you know, be told a story, and by the end of it you sort of close the book and you go, wow, that was fun. And there's no like retention mechanics or any of that. Like that was what I feel like, at least my memories as a child, is that was like a lot of games. Of course there was still Tony Hawk and you know, Mario Kart and everything else, World of Warcraft and Age of Empires, all of that exists and still exists, but the like more, it might even be like the size of game as well as like the kinds of things you do in it. I just feel like there's not, where that used to feel like an institution, now it feels a bit more like it's not the majority of games at all. Like I feel like the majority of games are indie sized plus. You know, it's like it's something that is super small and digestible, that's super repeatable. That feels like a lot more of games today than like one big bet on like building a world, you know? Yeah, not to say that like I think I don't know. I don't really want to get too this isn't the kind of thing where I feel like it's appropriate for me to make like broad sweeping statements about games in general. You know, it just doesn't feel right. At the same time, like, and maybe the games are still being made, but they're just not getting seen. But it's kind of weird to me that like Stardew Valley is still like, where is the next one of that? Or like, why is Final Fantasy, why are these games from like 10 years ago, the games that we're looking at? And then the games that I haven't seen before, I mean, I don't know much about Replaced. Maybe Replaced is a game like, yeah, like this is probably closer to what I'm talking about games used to be more like. It's sort of the difference between games as, this is what I had this exact conversation with a friend of mine named Kwa on Sunday night or Saturday night last week. It was right after Alt Games Fest, and we were both talking about like he is an incredible game designer and artist and designer in general. He's got a great kind of like body of work. He does a lot of educational games and games for, you know, like medical industries and stuff like that. Like he's made a cool career for himself. And when he makes games, I would say they're much closer to toys. They're like, or he actually has just started doing like improv comedy recently. And so like his style is like, he makes something that makes you think a little bit and is playful. That's his style of game. And I think a lot of games that get made in our scene at that grassroots level are like that. They're kind of like more fun rather than deep. Or deep isn't the right word. It's like, well, the other word, so that if I use the word toy, I don't mean it, what's the word? I don't mean to use the word toy in a denigrating way, but the alternative to that is text. Games as texts, as like storytelling media. That's a different thing, right? Like this Replaced game is like a text, whereas Horsey game, well, I don't know if it's a text, but maybe Eidolon you'd say is less of a text, or Vampire Crawlers might be less of a text. Stardew Valley is kind of a text, right? There's like a story there, and there is narrative. But I think an increasing number of games made, particularly in the West, are less like texts. In Japan, they still make them, like a lot, like the Octopath Traveler and the HD 2D Square Enix games are all still, I would say those are texts. But like growing up I feel like a lot of games, like most of the games that I played on consoles, were texts. They weren't just innovations. So my point behind all of this is that when I was saying that I feel like when I say that I feel like I've learned a lot, but that it's not really visible, what I mean is I've learned a lot about creating texts in a game engine, but I don't know if anyone around me recognizes the value of that or is interested in that, because I don't think there are as many people making texts, if that makes sense. It's like a certain skill set that maybe is not as visible anymore or obviously valuable, and the tools to develop that skill set aren't super obvious or available. So the kinds of games that get made and popularized are games that someone can it's almost like, sorry to get a bit chatty today. I've just needed a bit of a break in the pace. I've been working so hard recently. I have this thing of like, there's this. And then there's like this. I wouldn't say the majority of games like on the N64, PS2, PS1, NES, SNES console library were story narrative driven. I think more of them were than you would think so. Even like Banjo-Kazooie is a text more than, say, Hollow Knight. In terms of like having a plot that someone could like is engaging with, that has like dialogue and story and narrative. Like Hollow Knight's narrative is very sparse. Whereas like, or even like Conker's Bad Fur Day is like a South Park episode. You know, it's not just like a bunch of, it's not like a number of, it's not a sandbox with just mechanics you can muck around in. It's not like Untitled Goose Game. You know, it's trying to give you a beginning, middle, and end, you know? Yeah, but GoldenEye has a campaign. GoldenEye literally is text. GoldenEye has a whole single-player campaign with cutscenes. I would disagree, Arwibby. I think like when you say Hollow Knight's story is super deep, I don't think that, at least in the time that I played Hollow Knight, which is not Silksong, Hollow Knight, the first one, I spent a lot of time, 90% of my time was not engaging with narrative motivation, is what I would say. Narrative motivation being, I'm going from here to here because something dramatic is driving me in that direction. Like something to do with characters, something to do with something that I need, something to do with a threat that has like consequences dramatically rather than just survival. I feel like Hollow Knight for me was almost exclusively, where have I been? Where haven't I been? What's in front of me? Can I beat what's in front of me? It wasn't like, there's literally like one cutscene in Green Path where you meet the character from Silksong, and she like jumps away, and you go, oh, who's that? Like that to me in the first like 5 hours of gameplay, 6 hours, that was as much story as I really digested. It's a world. I'm not saying it's not a world. And the world can have lore and depth, and maybe like there's a different kind of text. But I think what I'm describing specifically, when I zoom out a little bit here at what we were just talking about earlier, yeah, there's like a very different kind of thing when it comes to like weaving a narrative, specifically a narrative, through a space. Like Dark Souls is almost like, and Hollow Knight are almost like anti-stories. It's like there is no consequence for your actions because the world is like already dead, or like your personal story is happening parallel to a different even Elden Ring is like this. Elden Ring doesn't care what you're doing in the world. Like Radahn and Marika and Renala and all of the stuff that has to do with the story in Elden Ring has nothing to do with where the player is in the world at any one point in time. It has almost no bearing on your in-world position or what you've done in the world, your accomplishments. And another game like that is like Breath of the Wild is like that. Breath of the Wild doesn't care what Link is doing until the last 10 minutes of that game. Exactly. So when I'm saying like storytelling in games, I really mean like a world that's reacting to you in a way that where the motivations for you to go from A to B to C are there because there's like a interactable kind of like a marching forward where the game world state is changing because of player actions, and the game world state then informs where the player needs to go next. Not just because a gate opened up, but because like of character interaction or plot. Like, yeah. And I know, and this isn't something that like I just have an opinion about. It's actually something that I've noticed when I've met so many game developers over the last few years. I just don't know that many who I can talk to about this kind of thing. Like it's there in RPGs. Like I sat down and I opened up my 3DS. I downloaded 3 games. All of them are what I'm describing. All of them have this narrative thing about them. Ever Oasis, Radiant Historia, Bravely Default. Do you know what I noticed, actually? Do you know what's crazy? I feel like I'm pulling my hair out about this specific thing. Do you know what's happened? Please, someone else tell me you've experienced this. People now use the word RPG to describe just there being a story in a game. Like, there's a game being made here in Sydney and it has like it's sort of like an Undertale style story, and the developer calls it an RPG because you're a character, but it doesn't have like stats. It's not an RPG. Like to me, RPG is D&D. That's RPG. Like you pick a character class and you have points, and you put points in skills and stats, and that creates a build, a loadout that then defines your character, and that informs a style of play. And if you have a party, you have different characters with different classes, and that harmonizes together. That's an RPG to me. But instead, I've been hearing the word RPG to mean there's a story. Like, it can be an action game. Someone referred to my game yesterday as an RPG. And I let it slide because, like, sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. But, like, Insignia is not an RPG. It's just got a story. It's just an action adventure game. I don't know what's happening, you know, but I've noticed this shift of like, it's now niche to have a story in your game. Yeah, it's just a weird thing that I've noticed. And it's not like I mean, for me it matters because I care about these kinds of games, because these kinds of games are the ones that when I look back, you know, in the last 20 years of gaming, it's those ones that I remember the best. Like, I don't really have a great memory for games that were session based. I can't really remember. I've played like thousands, maybe at this point, games of Balatro. I don't remember any of them. But I remember the first time I entered Besaid Island in Final Fantasy X. You know, like I fondly remember that, and I would go play that game again just to be in that space again. And it's important that space is transient in the game. Like, you don't get to be there all the time. It's not like one of 5 locations. It's like you're there and then it's gone, and like it's like way later you get to come back and it's sort of changed. And like that idea of like locations that are almost disposable, they're like single use locations in games because the story pulls you somewhere else. Like, that's very rare. It's very rare. I think I'm making something that feels increasingly like it's less relatable to like what I think of as gaming. That's just my experience. It's weird. It does weird me out a little bit. Now, where did I put my vertical levels for... I guess it is this stuff. Okay, pardon me, I did move them. Do you feel the same way about games like chess or StarCraft? I mean, I love Age of Empires. I still don't remember. I couldn't even recall. Like, I love Age of Empires because there is kind of a story. Every game has its own little story. The games last long enough that like I can think back and remember little moments from different like matches that I played, but it would be like 1% of the total matches that I've played. Like, there was one where I played as Mongols and I was trying to perfect this like 14 population feudal age. And I pushed this guy so early with archers that he just had no defense against it. But then he tried to like draw the game out and it lasted like 45 minutes in feudal age. That I remember from like 6 years ago. But That's like one match out of, I don't know how many. Oh no. Hey, ZA Shaw, welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, you know what, I'll tell you, like the litmus test for this kind of thing, game's doing well. The litmus test for if your game is a story game is, it's basically this: is there a part of your game, or how integral is what, how much do you relate to this thing? This place exists to serve a story moment. That's it. This place is in the game because of a story moment. If there aren't many like that, then it's less of a story game. If there are lots of moments like that, it's more of a story game. Anyway. Yeah, I find it hard to like talk about this stuff without feeling like I'm angry. I'm not like angry about any of this stuff that's changing. It's just a feeling of like recognizing that there's something cool that is good, but that is not, it's going away, and I don't want it to go away because I care about it. Do you need to remember the exact details of something for something to be memorable, though? Is the feeling something gave you from the experience not memorable? Because considering thousands of games I've played of custom games in StarCraft 1, I've played memorable. But it all blurs together, doesn't it? Like, you're describing like StarCraft. It's sort of like the same experience. All of those games are sort of like one, the feeling of playing StarCraft. It's not like, it doesn't anchor you to a time in your life. Like, I was like a specific age when I played Final Fantasy VII. And it's, I think this is like a human psychology thing. I don't think this is like a me biased. No, but you're, how do I put this? The game itself can be memorable, okay? Like playing StarCraft 1 can be memorable. I'm not saying it's not a memorable experience. I just mean... Oh, okay. Yeah, I just mean like, I have sentiments about the story. Like saying, oh, I remember that game is different from like, this game taught me something at a certain age. Like, as if it happened to me. Like when I play Final Fantasy VII, or when I think about Final Fantasy VII, I think about like Aerith dying, and I think about what it means to, like, what the text was trying to say. I think about like the fact that they were eco-terrorists in a dystopian world, and kind of how that shaped how I thought about government or power, you know, at the time, like fuel, you know, are fossil fuels killing the planet, for example. Like, these are sentiments that I was forced to consider, or even just like familial dynamics things, like, or relationships, you know, the idea of like duty, like Yuna in Final Fantasy X, her relationship with the people around her, knowing that she's planning on martyring herself. Like, there are like things about that, you know, that touch on, you know, like themes of like self-sacrifice, and when those themes are bound to locations with specific music, it's like watching a movie. And your brain does this thing when that happens, where it essentially just saves it all in one little spot in your brain. And when you look at a screenshot of the game, you think about the lessons. Just like if you have like a point in your life, like when I think about the time I broke up with my girlfriend of 4 years, you know, like that moment, what we were like watching on TV just before, and like if I drive past that house, I think about the day we broke up, for example. Like the image of the place is anchored to a memory, and the memory is anchored to a feeling, and the feeling makes me think about my life, and da-da-da. I don't have that with Age of Empires, and you probably don't have that with StarCraft, other than, you know, you might. I'm not saying you don't, but it's just like more amorphous than these very like specific memories of a plot that are attached to life lessons that you carry forward with you, that shape your development as a person. They're just it's a different kind of thing. And that would exist on a continuum. So like Balatro, I remember the first game of Balatro I played because I played it with TJ and Prime in the Watchtower, and I remember I got E15, which was an incredible thing on my first game. That's really memorable, but like all of the rest of me playing Balatro is just me tuning out on my phone. Like, it's not, I don't have like sentiments that Balatro taught me, you know? It's not like I am who I am because of Balatro, but I really am who I am because of like Final Fantasy. There's a button here that I think I'm supposed to be able to use to reconfigure the collider, and I don't know what that button is. I thought it was disable and re-enable this, but I don't think that's quite right. Like, if I was just to add the collider, there is something here, but then that doesn't seem to care at all about what I'm doing there. Are there two colliders here? Is there a second collider that oh, there is a second collider. This could just, oh no, that's there. So then what's this extra collider? Hurtbox, wallbox. Oh. I see. Hey, faulty functions. I feel the same way. It's like people who say they don't like to read. I think this is like a big deal to me. Like, if you skip the cutscenes in Insignia, you probably don't like Insignia. Like, it's probably not a game that was made for you. That's not to say you can't like it, but like a lot of what it is not going to be to your taste. I literally heard ex-PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida said this on the weekend. He literally said this. He said, I don't like reading in games. This is a man who was responsible for like greenlighting Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. I guess there's not a lot of reading in those games either, technically. Wow, you just saw yourself on Twitch? Hey Maui. Random question. When you do the first pass of animation frames, do you have certain colors you always use for certain limbs? Nah, I just pretty much just like, I mean, I kind of use foreground, background, or like light, dark as these two reds. That's the consistent thing. And then the rest of it, I don't know, I just figure it out. I just do whatever. I just add layers and colors as I go. Yeah. I can't read. Sadly, I can't read. I suppose we could be having this conversation if you can't read. As long as you can write and you can hear me, you don't actually need to be able to read, technically. Yeah, like, is Celeste is like, for the person who made Celeste, for Maddie Thorson, Celeste is an incredibly, like, the story of Celeste means so much about, like, to them, about what Celeste is about is really, really important. And to say, like, I like Celeste, I just don't like the story, I guess it's fine. I suppose you could just like ignore the whole narrative and just be like, oh, I like jumping around and stuff. It's just like, it's like put the platforming in the bag. You know what I mean? That's a weird thing to me. Maybe because I try to appreciate all the games that I play the way they were intended to be played. Yeah. Do you know what this is really related to? It's related to this like postmodernist death of the author, Roland Barthes thing that I really dislike. Not to get too political here, but I really, really dislike the idea that like games just exist and you can interpret them however you like, or movies just exist, or books just exist. And what the books mean is whatever we want them to mean because we're the readers. I don't understand that. It feels weird to it feels insulting to think about it that way. Like, I didn't spend 10 years making this game for someone to go, Insignia is a game about swimming because it means that to me. Like, huh? Like, No, I wrote it. It's about this other thing. Insignia, it's not a very deep game because I skipped all the cutscenes. Well, you played it wrong. If you skipped all the cutscenes, you didn't play Insignia. You skipped all the cutscenes. You played a part of Insignia, you know? That's how I really feel that way. I think it's possible to play things wrong, and I think it's possible to not get something. And it's okay if someone plays it wrong. They can enjoy it the way they want to enjoy it. I'm not saying they don't have the right or like morally, but what I do think is that they probably don't have, their opinion probably doesn't mean that much to me, or probably shouldn't mean that much to anybody else who's trying to engage in critical conversation about it. Yeah, like games are art, and art is speech, and speech has a speaker. So, like, hate speech as a concept shouldn't even, it wouldn't even be enforceable if speech was something that was up to the interpreter to determine what it meant. Because you could just say anything is anything at that point. So like, I should be liable for what I put in Insignia. If I write Insignia and Insignia has some message about like real world, like if it has like an explicit, you know, there's like a line in there that's like super political about like modern day politics, right? I just like break the fourth wall, and inside of Insignia is a video of me, and in the video I'm saying something horrible about like a race of people or something. Like, or if I try to be a little more subtle than that, I make a character in the game say something horrible about a real world race of people. I should be held accountable to that because I wrote it, and it's a thing that I wrote. It's not just like, well, I interpreted it to mean something else. It's like, no, I wrote that. So I feel like games should be considered just as much speech as like journalism or blogs or any other kind of media where people express themselves, because that's what they are. Maybe I went off on a tangent there about the hate speech thing, but like the point is, like, it's not just up to somebody else to interpret what I wrote. And particularly like the whole enterprise of like art criticism, the whole enterprise of critical thinking and media literacy doesn't make sense if everything can be whatever you want it to be. If you can just say, well, I think this character made me feel this way, and so the game is about this. I really think like you should have to, I think you should be able to argue with somebody else about what something it means. And I think that the argument should have an answer. Like, I could look at 1984 and make claims that are less supported by the text. And you could turn around and say, no, 1984 is about this because of other claims that you could make about the text that were better supported by what's in the text. And at the end, there would be some kind of like best interpretation because the text as written makes the most sense if interpreted that way. I think that we all inherently make an assumption about what 1984 is about. And thankfully we don't have to have that much imagination. But if something was more abstract, it doesn't mean that it's any less about something, or that what it's about is just up to us, unless it's described specifically as, you know, like you said, faulty functions better than I did. You know, it's possible to make something undefined. That allows it to be open for interpretation. It will be entirely ineffective against a whole host of creative works that need protection. Yeah, maybe I think there's a point I was trying to make about the hate speech thing, but I think I made it improperly, and it ended up being something that could be interpreted to mean that I was trying to do something else. All I mean to say is that it's speech. That's all I meant to say by that. Like, here's the thing. In A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, there is no explicit proof that Dunk is a knight. Dunk being knighted or not knighted is a critical part of what makes the story an interesting story, because it is left to the reader to appreciate the fact or to ask the question, does it matter whether someone has been knighted for them to be valorous and to commit the actions of a knight? Is it possible that the best knight of the Seven Kingdoms is someone who's not a knight at all? And that the title of being a knight doesn't just give someone, you know, courage or responsibility over the weak or all of the things that whatever they pledge. Like, what is the purpose of a vow if the people who have taken the vow don't live by the values and someone who hasn't taken the vow can live by the values, blah, blah, blah. That's open for discussion deliberately, because there's no part of the book that says, yes, he was knighted and here's proof. You know, the author doesn't step in and put in brackets, he was a knight. So the point is, like, the text deliberately obscures the fact, therefore it's open to interpretation. True. That's true as well. That's right, Faulty. Yes, the question is the point in that case. I think, Robin, I maybe you would agree with this. I'll try to summarize it for you. To play, what's the word? To steel man the other side of the argument, there is I think the interpretation would be something like this. If you write something and the world remembers it a certain way, that's what it means. Like, if the way you wrote it led, you know, again, a little bit political here, a little bit postmodern, blah, 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 seeing everything as like, this like fluid dynamics, cause and effect kind of thing. If the effect of your book that you wrote was that a bunch of people felt this way about it, then that is the ultimate, that's what truth is, right? That's the outcome, whether or not you intended it to be this or that. And transformative media, remix art, blah, 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 means that someone can take something and change it. So the conversation about a text survives the text beyond its original intent. It's possible to change what something means by placing it in a different context. Or another angle could be something like, there is no way to interpret a text correctly. You cannot be objective in how you consume a text. You will always be interpreting things with your own life as background. So it's not even worth trying to say that a text means a specific thing, because it will not mean the same thing to two different people. So those are two sides of the pro-postmodernist, I think, interpretation. Maybe I'm missing some major things. Yeah, but I think that what that is, this aspect of trying to take the I don't know how we got here, but we're here now. This aspect of trying to take the circle that is a piece of work and say there is no circle because technically I can draw whatever shape I want in the fuzzy areas on the outside of the circle. That's not the same as saying, well, clearly we could see the author was trying to draw a circle. And if you just step back a little bit, it kind of looks, you know, like if the intent is we wouldn't be able to communicate at all if we couldn't interpret other people's intent based on how they wrote or how they express themselves. So to say, well, you know, there's a little bit of extra here, therefore no one knows what this is, I think is tough. You know, to say, well, he had bias, therefore he's not in control of what he wrote, or I have bias, therefore I'm not in control of what I read. I don't really like that. Every reading is a conversation between the author and the reader. It is, but it's really not a conversation, is it though? It's kind of more of a monologue. I would say like criticism is a conversation. It's not even that. It's just two monologues, isn't it? Like, what does the author's intent matter? It's possible to understand it and at the same time disregard it. It's possible to, sure, but that doesn't mean people wouldn't create things if they weren't trying to say something. I wouldn't make this game if I wasn't trying to express myself in it. What would be the point? Money! Are you saying you can't paint a landscape without some narrative expression behind it? Painting a landscape for the sake of painting the landscape is, to the degree that you aren't expressing anything, you aren't engaging in art. You're engaging in craft. There's a difference between art and craft. Craft is just making something, and there are techniques to making things, and they can be appreciated, and it's amazing. People who make textiles and whatever, that's craft. But if you're painting a landscape and you deliberately use a different shade, if you oversaturate the colors because they made you feel, that's how they made you feel looking at the landscape, that's art. If you made choices to express yourself through the painting in a way that isn't just reproducing the painting, now you're doing art. So to the degree that you are expressing yourself, you are an artist. That is the definition to me. Hey, Cyber Imbiber, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Yeah. I really like this conversation. I'm happy to just like let this conversation rock for the rest of the stream, personally. Knowing there is a creator on the other side that is a person trying to express something is integral to the dialogue of art. It's the whole basis on why we reject AI. Me too. I agree with that too, Faceless Name. Can Give says, the GOAT. Thank you so much for the sub. The sub. Can Give subscribes. I use different colors based on how I'm feeling at the moment. Yeah, well, that's also art. Yeah, I just don't think it's possible. I think we intuitively understand that a game that was created with no intent behind it has a different kind of value than a game that did have intent behind it. And we can intuitively tell the difference. That's what I think. In fact, I would say, I would go one step further. I would say like, all human expression, anytime a human being records any kind of sentiment onto any media, from cave paintings all the way to today, all human expression essentially abides by one set of values. And those values approximate to something like, I am sharing this with you because I think that it will mean something to you. And all meaning, in my mind, boils back down to a simple question of survival. Like, you don't care about a story if it doesn't teach you something about life. Because the whole point of memory is to save aspects of our environment that inform how we live. So we find something sad because it helps us recognize what loss means to us. We find something dramatically exciting because we understand what the stakes are, what they mean to us, what other people mean to us. We find a movie touching because it gives us hope about what steps toward survival in a difficult environment could look like. All story, the enterprise of storytelling basically boils down to someone trying to tell you something that might help you live a bit better. That's what I think. Or show you something that you don't want. Other than that, why would we even, there is a constraint where, like, if you're trying to say something that means nothing, why would anybody else care about it? Like, all we do all day is scroll looking for meaning. And you will scroll or not scroll based on what you think has meaning in it. And if you just keep asking the question of what does the meaning mean, all the way down to the bottom, where do you end up? What does entertainment value look like to you? What is entertainment? Hey, Mohammed, welcome. Are you saying that you can't be content without meaning? No, I'm saying content is meaning. To twist the words around. Anything that's content is something that has meaning in it. Otherwise, it's slop. That's the difference between content and slop, is meaning. In the most literal definition sense, like in a dictionary, that's the difference, in my opinion. Like psychologically. I don't know, Bria. The dictionary has meaning. The dictionary is a record of what words mean, but that's not the same as what we're talking about. That's just rhetorical. That's just wordplay. But words do have meaning. If words didn't have meaning, we couldn't have a dictionary. There wouldn't be a point. But you said we're always looking for meaning. Are you saying that a person can't contently exist without some sort of meaning? Like, why can't someone just be? I'm not talking about existence. I'm talking about consumption of media. You can exist however you like, but if you watch a movie, if you sit down and consume content, if you have a choice between content consumed, if you have preferences about what you like and what you don't like, if you have any memories that were formed through the consumption of media, that's where all this conversation becomes relevant. You don't have to consume media if you don't want. You could like live in like a hermetic, is that what it's called? Hermetic, like a hermit, in a way where you interact minimally with society or with, other people. You don't have to do anything, but to the extent that you engage in media at all, I don't see how any of what I've described, I challenge anyone to counter it. I feel like it's kind of just like the way it is. I don't know. I don't think I personally play games or watch movies looking for meaning personally. But like, I think that like whether or not you consciously consent to that, I think you are doing that. Like, it's not like a philosophical thing. It's just like a fact about how your brain works. Think about anything that you saved in your memory, right? Like literally anything in your life that is memorable to you. Why is it memorable? Like, I have this thought, right? Someone asked me, like, what was your earliest memory? Like a couple of weeks ago. Do you know what my earliest memory is? My earliest memory in my whole life is my mum dropping me off at preschool. Do you know why? Because that was the first time in my whole life that my mum left me. There was something traumatic in that. Oh, I was fine. It was fine. But like the memory is saved because it feels really bad to be separated from your mum as a child. It was saved for a reason. I don't know how to convey it, but content has meaning. Just doesn't feel correct in my mind. Sub-Zero Black, I think I would love for you to keep pulling that thread. Feel free. I want to know, why doesn't it feel right? What about it feels wrong? I would say like content is meaning, not just content has meaning. I would say like if you're watching a YouTube video, right, and you skip any part of the video and you stop at any other part, ask yourself why you stopped. Why did you skip and why did you stop? It's almost, I kind of have a difficulty even thinking about how that definition could be anything other than, it feels axiomatic, right? Like it's literally the case that if you stop for it, then it means something to you. Insignia release date? No release date. Doesn't searching for meaning in things suggest that you yourself somehow lack though? I don't know if I would say that. I mean, what does that mean though? Like to lack? Nobody's perfect. Everybody's lacking something. To live is to lack, like you can't like, every moment of your life, you're like disconnected from the past and you're like confronted by the future. So like we consume media to just help us do that. Like nobody solves life. You know what I mean? And even if you somehow are at a point in your life where you feel like you've solved it, 3 weeks from now, you could be in a really tough time and be stressed out about something else. And you can forget the lessons that you learn. So we have to keep reminding ourselves. And we do that with media. We do that by watching movies and reading books and playing games. And if you aren't doing that, if you aren't watching movies, reading books, playing games, or communicating with other people in storytelling, and your time is just spent just working or doing things in a mindless way, are you not just procrastinating at that point? Like, I mean, we have to work, sure. But like, I'll tell you something. The last 3 days, the last 6 days of my life, when I haven't been on stream, all I've been doing is working. Like, I wake up, I have like people emailing me, I quickly do the things that I have to do, and then it's like nighttime. Like the whole day passes. And I have felt like I wasn't even there for any of that. Like the week just disappeared. Like it didn't even happen because I couldn't digest it at any point. I didn't have any time to contemplate about my week, to think about what it meant or I didn't have any choices. I didn't have any feelings I could feel. I was just a machine. So this week is going to be essentially like, it's like the same as if I just played Balatro all week. One was productive and one's not. But in terms of my experience as a human being, it's like there wasn't an experience because I just worked all week. So because I didn't engage in any memory saving exercise, I didn't reflect on my time. I didn't take a walk and think about life. I didn't talk to my family about it. I didn't watch a movie that made me feel something about it. It might as well have not happened. I didn't give it a chance to make meaning. Meaning is like an idea or message, but content doesn't have to have meaning. Like the difference between this content serves no purpose, this content has a message. Content being the thing that can carry something but doesn't necessarily carry a message. The scene in Detroit Become Human where the android paints comes to mind. Okay, so I think what I can do to help you out there with that Sub-Zero Black is I think I would like to disambiguate content here. When I say content, what I mean is colloquially, we use the word content when we're describing media. So let's go like this. This is media. Media is like anything that was created by anything, like an elephant painting painting a brush on a canvas is media. And colloquially, like today, 2026, I would draw a line down the line of media between slop and content. Content being like content creator, or like where is the content, or like that's good content. Like it's a word we've started to use. And I would say all of the Venn diagram intersections of how we use the word content, the point in the middle is meaning. What we really mean is that this thing has meaning. This thing has purpose. This thing has intention. This word has come up organically, but I think the word means that. No, I really think that like the media you're consuming can be slop or it can be content. But when you skip, you say, I want to get to the content. I'm watching this video and this isn't content. That's what I mean. We can argue about it, but you know what I mean when I say this. You could use the word content this way, that's fine. But now it's just, you're arguing for a different set of definitions at that point. Sure, you can do that. Let's do that for you. Just every time I say content, you could say in your brain art. What programming? This is called Leonardo. It's a drawing app that somebody wrote. His name's Henning Tegan. I think he's from Amsterdam. It's really good. It's probably like the best canvas app that's ever existed. And he's not finished it yet. And the last update was in like 2020. So I don't know if he's ever going to finish it, but it's really good. Oh, I was thinking about this today. I don't even know if there's like a runway for this game, like a roadmap. Yeah, there's a lot of hopefully we can add in the future. No, it's not open source. And if you go to his Twitter page, the last thing he did, I think, was this is like the last update, 2023. Bow. It's just like me. Yeah. The thing is, like, as great as all that feature stuff sounds, like, I just want to be able to like draw with a brush. Right? There's my brush. I want to be able to switch the eraser and also use that brush. That would be nice. Can I erase with the same brush that I'm painting in? Give me like one of the most basic features. You know, like pixel memory, brush memory per pixel is great, but like just let me erase with a brush first. Why is there no brush option here? Also, like I can't import new brushes. Like that's all of the brushes. For a painting app, I can't import a new texture, I don't think. There's no like new, it's not like, there's no like create brush. So if I want to draw something that doesn't look like this jagged brush, if I want to draw something that doesn't look like that, I can't do it. It's such a good app. I've been doing some really cool stuff in it, but it's crazy to me that like I'm almost at the limit of what can be made in this thing. Because there's just, the tools are running out. There's just nothing else. Like, why did he stop at 7 brushes? Like, just give me the option to import a new texture. How large is the canvas? How large is a piece of string? You could pretty much go as big as you want. It's not infinite, but it's like really freaking big. Like that's 10,000 by 10,000 pixels. This is 200,000 by 200,000. That's how big it is. I just drew a line. Nah, this, you can't do that in Photoshop. Photoshop feature-wise, sure, has way more features than this, but you cannot do what I just did in Photoshop on the same hardware. You can't just grab a brush and say, I want this brush to be 1,000 pixels large, and I want to do this. A 1,000 pixels. You can't do that in Photoshop. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. And when we come back, I think we'll do some more game dev. Illustrator, but it wouldn't be smooth. I mean, like, I could do the same thing with this jagged brush. That's one brush stroke. This is very, it's super textured everywhere. Obviously, it looks like garbage because the texture's too small, but yeah, I think I'm going to get stuck into Krita next. I'm going to try it. I think it's the closest thing to like actually being worth putting time into. I still don't like the interface at all. I hate that I have to create a document size. It bothers me so much that they can't just give me just the concept of like, you have a canvas. It feels so old. And then I got to learn all the shortcuts again, and they're never going to be good. I hate this zoom. Click to zoom sucks. Leonardo's so much better. I know, it's just like when I'm in Leonardo, I literally don't think about any of this stuff. I just go, infinite canvas. How big's my brush? 120 pixels, go. I'm not, there's no like thought about like where I am and how big. And if I want to like just take everything I just drew and version it out like this and then draw more on it, I can do that and it's no problem. If I'm in Krita and I draw a character and I'm like, oh, okay, this could be a cool character, like whatever. I can't like just keep drawing over here. Like I can't just like take it and just like put it over there. Like just from a mental workflow perspective, I would need to be, you know, I'd need to like zoom in and like draw it like here and then draw it there and then draw it there. I'd need to like draw like a, like I guess like a concept doc and then take this and then make my real doc or whatever. Anyway, I know it's powerful. It just feels very 2003 for me. It sucks. Like I'm so like devastated that I have to accept that like, yeah, this can't have this thing's features and this can't have this thing's features. It's just like, please just, you guys, just solve this together. Just the idea of like, you can just don't even like, see this image? Don't show me the borders of this. Just make the whole screen white. And then when I draw over here on the right side of the screen, just make the canvas bigger. Just like double the size when I draw outside of the window. You know what I mean? Like just do it silently while I'm not looking. Like it's the difference between this is an array and this is a list. Like, yeah, when I make a giant file, the file size is going to get really big as soon as I do that. But like, it doesn't make that my problem. It just lets me draw. Whereas this is like, it's telling me to pick an array size before I start drawing. It's like, I don't know how big it is yet. I haven't decided. I have not tried Clip Studio Paint. Actually, I think I have tried Clip Studio Paint. I have tried it. It was okay. I think it was okay. Well, we're slowly shifting back towards work. I think I have it, no? CSP? No? I must have uninstalled it because I didn't like it. I mean, that's pretty cool. Cosmigo promotion. Dude, promotion. Is this the pixel art tool? Promotion is so unintuitive to me that it makes me like upset. Like just opening this tool makes me like wince. I have like a gag reflex when I try to use promotion. I'm furious. So it makes me so angry. Why can't B be the brush tool and I just press B and I draw something? Pixel art. I have not tried pixel art. Or maybe I have. You can scroll to either side and press the arrow in Krita to double the canvas. Scroll and press the arrow. Which arrow am I pressing? This arrow? Why is it over there? Why isn't it here? Like what is the point of the empty space? Is it so that when I click it I just get the arrow there? But then why isn't it here? I don't like that very much. But I'm glad that exists. Thank you for letting me know. I imagine height would be the same. Yeah. Is it already getting slow? How big is this? Okay, let's go crazy with it, huh? 1,000 brush size. See, it got slow there. See, Leonardo wouldn't do that. It's pretty good. Krita's pretty good. Leonardo better. I really want Zed to zoom. I just love how Leonardo, I don't know what it was about Leonardo, but like the first time I used it, I just felt like it was perfect. Like I can press D and drag to change my brush size. Amazing. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. I can press Z and drag to zoom in and out. How fast is Leonardo at this resolution? Faster. This file is only like, how big? 9,000 by 14,000. I gotta make a color that's not white. You can't juke it. Look, I just draw in the whole thing, 1,000 pixel brush, no problem. One stroke, the whole thing. And you can see the bottom left, it's like calculating pixels. I don't know how it does that. I don't know what that is, but it figures it out. It knows how to do it. And it doesn't slow you down while it's doing it. I'm not touching anything called Adobe anything. Sketchable plus concepts. We can try concepts. Well, this looks pretty good. This is Windows. But it's it almost looks like more like OneNote. I do like the watercolor though, that's kind of cool. Wait, download. Control middle mouse button. Yeah, but I'm using a pen. That's the thing. I'm using a pen. What is Teams Edition, I wonder? Because my Wacom doesn't have keys, and I don't like them. My hand's on the keyboard. My keyboard already has all my keys. So Control plus middle mouse button. It doesn't like that. It doesn't know how to do that. Krita hates that. I can scroll, but I don't want to scroll like that. I want my scrubby zoom. Please don't make me sign in. Oh, that's nice. It's like a pen texture. It's probably a little too kid, I think, for me. Bro, subscription brushes? Get out of my face. Get out of my face, dude. You can have this brush, just subscribe. There's nothing to zoom with. I I'd have to scroll in like that. Not that, like, you know, it's very beautiful, but they've tried to abstract it out away. I hate that I can't scroll. They've tried to abstract it out away so that you don't know what size anything is. I think this is technically is a vector. No, it looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's neat. I just don't think it's going to be doing what I want it to do. Z plus pen drag on in what? In Krita? No, not in this version. Maybe there's an option in Krita to do it. I think there is. I think technically I can get Krita to do what I want. Configure Krita. I think if I go Photoshop compatible, then it will let me do what I want. Control plus space. That's what I want. Yeah, I can live with that. I mean, it's not Z, but I can live with it. So hang on a second. If I go to the settings, configure Krita. How come there is no... Is it tablet settings? No. What is that called? Zoom canvas. What? Canvas input settings. Oh my gosh. Wait, edit mouse input? Modifiers. Z. Oh, that's it. I got it. Yay. Oh, that just makes my day. That's so much better. Okay, and the next one would be it would be like Krita drag to scale brush. Shift drag. Yeah, but I want that to be D, not shift. What's that called? change primary settings. So now, oh, it is left and right. I can do it. Okay. Now it's basically the same as Leonardo. Hang on a second. I'm pressing B. I'm pressing E. I'm pressing D. But it's not. What is D? Can I go backwards? Can I say like, hey, I want to search for what D does? Oh, it flips the colors. Reset foreground. Okay, so now E, D just changes that. I do want this to go up and down. I think it's... No, it's left and right. It's just crazy how like one guy made Leonardo, and he made it better than Krita. Okay, but this is pretty good. I could work with this. Now I want Alt to be the ink dropper. Yeah, we just saw that faulty a little while ago. Eyedropper is control. What is this called? Sample. Oh my gosh, I can't type today. Wait, there is no such thing? Color picker. Bro, is it a canvas setting? Sample foreground color from merged image. Yeah, that's what I want. What does Leonardo not do? I just want more brushes, more control. It doesn't have any kind of like vector tooling. It's pretty straight up and down. Nice. Okay. Now I have Leonardo for the most part. The sensitivity of the scale is not great, but I could live with this. I don't want this to be pressure sensitive though. What is that? I can't do. Wraparound mode. Oh, eraser is just like an option. It's not a separate thing. So I can't say that eraser doesn't have pressure. Dude, it's not amazing. I mean, it seems to be dropping inputs every so often. My own drawing app. Oh, unfortunately, it was never going to be a priority. I don't think I ever had that. Wow, dude, that was so slow. Why did it do that? Yeah, and I saw someone was actually making like a full remake of Flash. So at that point I was like, all right, let them do it. What the hell is going on? Is Krita buggy? Like, it's just sometimes it just doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. Like it flipped, it just didn't respect the color options that were chosen. Like right now, I've got the brush selected. Oh, it's still on, I see. Eraser mode. I have to press B. I have to untoggle eraser mode. I don't think concepts was like deep enough as a tool. It didn't look like it had any keyboard shortcuts. It looks like an iPad app. I don't think this is what I want. I don't have the energy. I'm not going to keep clicking up here to change my tools and stuff. If you hold S, well, I mean, that's fine. Being able to do that. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. It's sort of lying to me as well about what it's doing. See how like there's a texture behind what I'm drawing. If I was trying to export an image off of this, what I'm seeing is not what I'm getting because there's a fixed texture, a paper texture behind it all. I don't think I like this. And I don't want like an account. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't need to like, yeah, it's not that. It's not that. There's like the actual texture of this highlighter is being masked in as I scroll. Can you not see that? This here, watch. Yeah, I don't think so. I already just have a feeling that this isn't it. I could just tell. Like, I'm never going to be able to do... Can I do blend modes? If I can't do blend modes, then it's not an art tool. Yeah. I'm not looking for a note-taking app here. No, I mean, it's probably just Krita. Like, it's probably just, I just stick it out with this, learn its quirks, and then use it. I'm thinking about things like if I want to make graphics for a Kickstarter campaign, like what do I use to make those graphics? I was working inside of Leonardo this week on a contract job, and it was doing really well until the client was like, I'd love a different texture for this. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just go change the texture in the brush setting. Oh, I can only use this one texture. So I was stuck just using that like painterly look that works really well. Like I was drawing these really cool creatures. Let's say hypothetically, I was drawing like a dinosaur. You know, I would draw the dinosaur. Whatever. Fill it in like this, which is great. And then go, okay, I want a darker color for the hind leg. Okay, it's fine. And then I want to do like a texture pass over this. So I would go to the jagged brush, maybe do like a bit of a highlight color here. And I would just have my way with it like that, right? And now I can kind of just go, okay, yep, this was drawn as if I had always drawn it with that textured brush. You know, I can go over here and just do that and whatever. But this, I'm only going to be able to draw like very painterly stuff. If Krita runs slow, you can mess with it a bit. Configure performance, you can increase CPU limit. Nice. But then like I can't use the eraser with this brush because there's no brushes for the eraser. So I had to use round brush and then draw over it every single time. Like it's really cool. And I was doing little things like this. I would like sample a little color here and just start filling in here. And then like I would do this and I'm able to like paint in essentially all the textural features that I would want, even though I drew it as like just flat, you know, flat art. So yeah. It's similar to how with Insignia, with the Insignia painting that I did the other day, that's on that merch. Like I used the jagged brush for this. I noticed that like the workflow is actually really, really good for pixel art or for like a pixel artist like me. Because it meant I could focus on primary, secondary, and tertiary colors as if I was doing pixel art, but with a round brush, and then go in and give it that painterly texture that I really wanted. You know, you can start to see it really looking like it's got depth and all the rest of it. You can use the same brush as an eraser. How do I do that? Oh shit, you're right. Thanks. I did not know that. Okay. Well, I'm learning something too. Sweet. Well, that helps. Well, I only used like round brushes until like literally 3 weeks ago. So I never had to deal with that. I don't really do any artwork outside of like pixel art. I haven't been anyway. You know, up until like very recently. Like I've just been stuck in pixel art land for I don't know how many years. So it's not like I've been doing the same thing for forever. Anyway. So yeah, like I said, I still think Krita might be the way to go. Is there like a watercolor brush? Looks like there are multiple. Time to get it uninstalled. All right. Get out of here. It's gone. Can you do, is watercolor something that you can draw in though? This is my concern. Dude, that's so slow. Come on, man. I suppose you can. It's just like astounding to me that like it can't just do what I just did. Like unless I'm really careful with it. Like having to babysit it so that it doesn't take too long on something is like, I don't know, that's crazy to me. And then like, is this watercolor thing even right for my workflow? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe, it's not too bad. Maybe because I'm streaming, if I'm being generous. It could just be that I'm pushing it too hard on my hardware. Let's have a look. I mean, looks like it's already doing what it's supposed to do. The brush is only 200 pixels. It's like slow, man. Also, like, how does it determine how much ink to drop? Is it based on the speed? Is that how watercolor works? Oh, I see. It's darker. The less pressure I put, the less it goes. 200 pixels is big. Is it though? Is 200 pixels big? I'm not used to 200 pixels being big outside of, dude, in like 2005 in Photoshop CS2, 200 pixels was big. Configure creator display. Is $2 million a lot? I mean, we could switch to OpenGL. I'm just saying 200 pixels is not big. Yeah, 300 to 600 DPI, except I was printing for my high school projects for like art classes or whatever, 4,000 pixel by 4,000 pixel brushes, like canvases. Like if your canvas was less than 2,500 pixels, you're not getting bigger than A4 at like a proper DPI. Like high quality art DPI for letterhead size. .300 DPI times, this is 11 inches, right? So 300 times 11. You need at least 3,000 pixels. You're saying I can't draw a brush? I can't draw with a brush that's less than 10% of my canvas in 2026 at the smallest possible, like a piece of paper this big. The brush size is this big at 300 DPI. I can't paint with that. That's too big. Get a grip. Get a grip, chat. Be for real. This computer is like 100 times faster than my computer from 2003 that could do what I'm describing. Two-thirds of an inch. Tiny. Leonardo can do it. Here's 1,000 pixels. Boom. You want 1,000 pixels? Done. 200 is all the way down here. Krita can't do this. Okay, but even with a round brush, it wasn't really handling that well. We can switch to the OpenGL. Maybe it can handle it a bit better. All I'm saying is like, what can I expect? What's a man supposed to expect? Like that's what I expect. Anyway. But like even the undo stack is like slow. It's like getting confused. Like that. What the hell was that? This is just a round brush, dude. Now it's fast. The same exact brush. You saw that 3 seconds ago. I would go like this, and it would wait 2 seconds before it gave me the thing. Come on, man. You should be able to expect more than that if your tool is dedicated to doing that. Even if I'm streaming, even if like all of it, it should be at least internally consistent with how long a brush stroke should take. I don't think my expectations are too high. My computer's okay. Anyway, we're not using Photoshop today. What are your thoughts on Clip Studio Paint? I haven't used it very much recently. It's been a while. Why is everyone making apologetics for it? Why do I speak in such a way that like engenders contrarianism? Why say 200 pixels a lot and then say no, actually it's Krita that's bad? Just agree with me. Just say, yeah, 200 pixels isn't that big. Krita should be better than that. There was some reason why Jesus. There's some reason why I didn't like Clip Studio Paint, and I can't remember what it was. You could try it. I feel like I've already installed it not that long ago, though. I know that I use this tool. I don't know why I didn't like it. I refuse to use Photoshop. Like, I'm just not going to ever support Adobe ever again. I don't want to. You can't make me. We have not looked at Affinity yet. But I'm a little... Well... That looks pretty good. Is Affinity more vector? Did Canva buy Affinity or just... Right, and Cavalry, if I remember correctly. We're going to try Clip Studio Paint. I know. I feel bad. Like, to say it's free, let's use it, is not a good... It's not actually a good thing. If it's free, it won't be free forever. There'll be something wrong with it 6 months from now, 12 months from now. Free now means they're trying to disrupt. If it's free and not open source, it means you are the product. Buy Canva. Yeah, immediately log in or sign up. Oh, man. Let's try. I really, really, really don't like signing up to use a local app. Like, I tolerate it for Figma. Bro, just, I don't need the trailer, thanks. Let's just get on with it, shall we? All right. 1, 2, 3. Very good. I'm not a fan of dragging left and right to zoom, but okay. We got started pretty quickly. Wait, everything is vector? Is there really no... Is Affinity just... Oh, it's just Illustrator. It's not raster? Uh-oh. Wait, this is raster though? Is it? It is. Hey, Lathe. Pressure sensitive. Good. Where's my opacity? I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing though to get myself from... Wait, what? What the heck? I feel like I could probably use this. I don't know why I can't go into it and keep drawing pixel stuff though. Did I get it? No. Top left. Ah, there you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How do I get opacity settings? Is it flow jitter? Nope. Size accumulation, saturation, hardness. None of those is really what I'm thinking about. To the right of the brush. Window mode, rope mode, stabilizer. That is force pressure, but it's not, it doesn't change the kind of brush that I have. Maybe I have to change it. Like this is, I guess, opacity of the brush, but I can't, that's not a thing I can change. It's cool that you can set texture though, that's cool. It's not saturate. I mean, it really, this feels like something that would be more higher up. Protect alpha, reset, symmetry settings, wet edges, normal. No, stabilizer. Is there really no opacity pressure? Interesting. Accumulation jitter. That's not what I'm, that's not it. I did it wrong. I don't like to read. Don't make me read. Don't make me sing. Flow jitter at 100 to pressure and accumulation jitter down to 50 to 30%. So you're saying go flow jitter, pressure, accumulation jitter at 30 to 50 and not? That's still not quite right. It's like a little bit, but like not really. I don't think I can use this. We're going to try Clip Studio. We're just spending some time, okay? I gotta go soon anyway. I know this was like a bit of a nothing burger stream today. I've just been kind of teetering on burnout the last little while. I kind of needed a nothing day. I wish to draw. Dude, this is too Adobe. Don't make your thing look like Adobe. They've used the same font and the same styling on the buttons. No, don't make me log in. Don't make me log in. You don't want to look like Adobe, you know? That's not, that ain't it. I think I'm not, that's not good. There's something not right about the brightness of the stream, I think. You feeling that? It's a little dark. Maybe because it's super overcast today. Jeez Louise, I gotta put my birth date in. Maybe I haven't used Clip Studio Paint before. Alrighty. I mean, don't even be Adobe. Just be like literally Leonardo. All right. Let's see it. Oh, that's pretty quick. Ooh, hello. How big is this canvas? Greeter is not still open. I don't want effects. I just want a normal brush, please. Ah! Uh-oh. The stabilizer is immense on this thing. Every time I press B, it rotates through the different kinds of brushes. What the hell, guys? What are you doing? How do I just get back to the brush I was using? Like I press Z, I press B. Okay. No. Oh, oh my God. Oh no. This is what I mean. Like I would never. If I was designing an app, I would never have the same button cycle through different brushes. I would never do that. There is no scenario where the user is like, I think I want some other brush that I can't see right now by pressing the B button. I can't imagine that being valuable, to rotate through invisible tabs and just select me a different brush. There's no way. There's no way I would choose that. There's got to be a way to not do that. That's like such a user experience like sin. I did want to click that. I was curious about what that meant. Brother, 2000 pixels. Even 200 not doing great on a round brush. If I can be brutally honest. Why would I want a sparkly brush if I just kept pressing B? Why would I want that? Dudes. Do I need a 5090 to use Krita? I mean, to use Clip Studio Paint? Huh. This is Clip Studio. I just wonder if the people who are making these apps, I wonder if they're sort of out of touch with how people want to draw. Like, how do I get back to that pencil? P? P is like nowhere near where my hand is. If I keep pressing P, I get different pencils. I get pen, pencil, pen, pencil. Why would I want to do that? Why wouldn't I just want to stay in my mode and draw naturally? Just toggling between eraser and brush. You know, it's just such a strange thing. And these are like the big dogs too. Like these are the good ones. I've been spoiled by Leonardo, man. That's totally spoiled me. It's just like too good. He actually did make the best drawing app for Windows. I just don't believe that buttons on a Wacom are anything other than a gimmick, in my opinion. Like, I think they just needed ways to sell you more buttons. My hand is right here. I've got 100, how many keys? I've got like 100 keys right here. My hand is comfortably resting on the keyboard. I don't need like special extra buttons. I got the buttons. Also, I just don't think that it's a valuable, I don't think that any, like I'm pretty sure that any UX where you go, here's a button, pressing the same button multiple times cycles through a list of options that there's no UI for. Like, if you press B and then you press B again, I don't know what brush 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are. So why would I want to cycle between them? Or in the case of P, why would I want to cycle between, like, it's the same keyboard shortcut, right? Why would I want to cycle between this and this, raster and vector, in one button? It's just overloading. It's just ignorance. Yeah, but like if you could see what my hands are doing right now, like I'm literally, this is what I look like right now. Like I'm in a resting position. You're saying your hand would be more comfortable between here and here? Just this 5 centimeters difference is going to make a big change in your life? In fact, for me, like, yeah, I don't believe in, if yours are arranged vertically like mine used to be on I had an Intuos Pro, which had the wheel here. This was really bad because you have to move, if this is your elbow and your shoulder, you have to move your elbow this way to bring your hand down across each of these buttons, which means you can't rest your hand and just press the buttons. So the only other alternative is if you allow them to be across this way here. So you can rest your fingers, you know, one finger here, one finger here, one finger here, and then tap them like that. But guess what that is? That's what I'm doing already. Like your left hand is not arranged vertically, these fingers. They're arranged like 45 degrees. So, you know, maybe if I actually used to, you know what I used to do? I used to hold, when I was, when I started off working on Insignia, I had a Surface Pro, and the Surface Pro just had the little like collapsible stand thing, and then like that. So I'm looking at literally nothing. It's just a big glass screen, and I'm drawing on it like this. And what I used to do was, in my other hand, like just by my side, I would literally hold a Wii remote. And I would press up and down, and I would pull the trigger. I would push the button to do like, this was brush, trigger was eraser. This was like, I don't know, transform, and this was something else. This was undo, I think. This was redo. This was brush size bigger, brush size smaller. And it was really good. And I spent hours drawing like that on bus rides. Brush, eraser, back, forward. It was pretty good. My point is that like I don't like drawing, having my left hand doing this, or like running up and down the side. I didn't use waggle. I should have used waggle for eraser. Maybe actually, you know, because it's got a gyro in it, you could do other things too. You could do like, you know, like the singer Imogen Heap does like voice mod stuff, or like instrument modulation stuff, like synth mod with her gloves. You could do like, jitter controls. You could do like, I want more jitter if I do this, or shape jitter if I do that. Or you could do like, you know, I want more saturation if I tilt down, or something like that. Or if you want to do the ink drop, you have to do like that. You have to tip it upside down, and that is Alt to select the color underneath the canvas. Tip upside down. Anyway, like everything I just did describing this to you is almost only doable in Leonardo. At the speed that I've been doing it, I literally don't know any other tool that I could use to do this. Don't feed me violence, just run with me through rows of speeding cars. I know it. Sketchbook. Alrighty. Oh, this is Sketch. This is Adobe Sketch? Not Adobe. What are they called? This is the exact same icon. It's not Adobe. It's Autodesk. I have this on Android. Sketchbook Pro and desktop. Okay, let's try it. The coffee's never strong enough. Oh no, you think it's more than just bad luck. I don't have the brush diversity in Leonardo. It's got the speed, it's got the precision, it's got the violence. It does not have the different brushes. It's only got jagged brush, which is nice. But that's all it does. It's just that. You could kind of like, there's like a bunch of ways you can modulate it to have like more or less texture, but it's still going to just do that one thing. I mean, you can kind of do sort of watercolory something with it. You can't mod it. No, Leonardo's not like that. I think it's written in like C++ or something. Color blending? I mean, not really. That's the other thing. Like, it's just drawing the texture on top. I don't think it's like, you can't do like smudging. I mean, you can blend like by doing semi-opaque. That's what I do. I just like take the colors and, you know, but I can't do like, you know, it's just alpha stuff. It's not like, it's not literally changing. It's not doing the, you know what I mean? Honestly, I wonder if like, if he's abandoned it, maybe we'll just ask him to make it open source. It's one guy who made this tool, by the way. Maybe, honestly, I want to be serious with you. I might just accept that this is all I can use and just do all the rest of the promotional artwork for Insignia using Leonardo. Like, I might just accept that and use it. That's how much I like this tool and don't like all the other ones. That I would shape my creative output for this. Yeah, no one's gonna know. I mean, they might just think it's a choice. Nobody beats the king, man. The king. It's just the best there is. I think I just got to put up with it. My paint. I mean, we're getting into the weeds here. I've never even heard of my paint. Work in flow. Hey, Ashcon. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. .ora. Excuse me, not .png. You jerk. Dude, actual paint. Insane. My Paint 64. Is this for the Nintendo 64? Just joking. Okay. All right. So first thing, let's get rid of this ugly texture. Because I don't like it. What is it? Oh, it does zoom out automatically. Wait, hang on. I can configure the background to be a white. There we go. Dude, why did they add that like off-white? Okay, I don't like it's doing it again. It's doing the bee does different things every time. It's doing it. I don't like that. Don't do it. At least if I... Oh, Z is undo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I zoom in? Wait, left and right drags the camera, but up and down zooms it in and out. Guys, come on. Come on, guys. And also it's inverted. Yucky. Whatever. I mean, it's not... It's certainly... How do I get it back now? How do I make it bigger? Get out of here. Where's my brush size? Am I crazy? F and D. Huh? Oh, is it down? What is happening right now? F and D? For Final Destination? Wait, that's as big as it goes? It doesn't go bigger than that. Settings cog gives you... Wait, so if I press F, there is a maximum, and the maximum is somehow not represented by the icon. What the heck? Pals, I'm so confused by this. Why doesn't the... I mean, it's beautiful. But why no... Why does the circle thing not match the thing? Look, I get to a certain point and it does. See how small that gets? But that's not the size, well, that is the size of max pressure. But then as soon as I go bigger than that, it will draw bigger, but it won't increase the size of the UI. That's terrible. Get me out of here. These are like, the thing that gets me about these is that these are like the first things that I'm noticing. Like, why does window edit preferences have a checkbox next to it? Yeah, I don't know. This is like thing one, open the app for the first time that I notice, right? Like here, when I scale this up, that's the size of the brush at max opacity. Like, that's it. You know? How could you get that wrong? That's like the first thing. Like, why would it arbitrarily... It got me to like 100 pixels and then stopped increasing. And I get it. I know I'm not like, you know, I'm not giving these things a full chance. But like, why should you? You're the customer. You're like zooming, selecting a brush, selecting an eraser, panning, undo, redo. Those things should be the most dead simple first-class citizen actions in any brush canvas tool. There should be nothing that gets in the way of those things. Ink dropper, like if you can't do this, do. If you can't do that and then go like and then back to this in one keystroke for each of those things I just did, what are we doing? I don't get it. It said 2026 is probably the end of beta. I wonder if Leonardo on iPad or Procreate's brush engine will come out first. Oh, they are updating it still. It's been so long. I still think it's the best app out there. But I gotta go, pals. We talked about lots of things today. Faulty Functions said they did email Mr. Leonardo. Mr. Da Vinci, I think is what he's called. It was fun. I'll catch you all next Monday. I think next Monday, by then, all of my other random contract woes will be gone. I think I'll just be able to do whatever I want, i.e. work back on Insignia again. It's been really frustrating. I just like somehow got caught in a situation where like I couldn't do anything that I wanted to do this week because I was given, there were like offers I couldn't refuse basically. And then they all came at the same time. I literally couldn't. I literally like was obliged to just work all week. It was pretty depressing. So being on stream is the least busy I've been this week. And I didn't stream. Did I skip Tuesday? I think I skipped Tuesday's stream or Monday, one of them. Anyway. Sketchbook looks cool. I mean, that's great if somebody drew that. That's fantastic. I do have it on Android and I don't hate it. All right. Yo, wishlist Insignia on Steam. Steam? Steam. Steam. If you're a real one. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just kind of got a bit sidetracked today, although you're all still watching, so you must have been enjoying it on some level. Okay. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate you being patient with me today. Do I have anything I can commit? Content is meaning. I don't know if this was content. I'll let you be the decider of that. All right. I wouldn't describe this as content. I would describe this as hanging out. This is social. This isn't I don't know what you want to call it. A published work. It might be slop. It might be, to some extent. It's a ratio of slop to content. This is kind of sloppy, but it wasn't media. I didn't publish this for you to consume. Well, maybe I did. I guess on some level, I am publishing these streams and you are consuming them. So what can I say? I suppose you're right. To the extent that this is media, it's probably mostly slop. But you know why it's not media as a stream? Because you are communicating with me, right? It's just, this is kind of closer to just riffing. This is hanging out. All right, chat. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. It's been a pleasure. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. Yo, new video this week. And by the way, keep a lookout.